Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. My first question is, can you hear me? Hello, Juju. All right, you can hear me. My second question is, can you hear the music? Okay, excellent. So let us get started then. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, whatever it may be, wherever you may be. I am Captain Madlove coming at you live and in person with yet another chapter from the Captain's Log, coming at you right here from the Captain's Quarters. Today we are going to be working on our two little ladies from the Reaper class that we were working on yesterday. We're going to pick up kind of where we left off on them. I do not know if I'm going to try to match that eye while we're here, but we're going to be painting her two eyes, so that should be good fun. As you can see, I got some work done on the skin on this one here while we were apart. I finished the glazing. Let me just pop her off of here. There we go. We might get to this part on the wings on this gal and maybe working on her hair, but I honestly think we probably have enough to do here on Anise to make it good. So you'll notice that I got the shadows all nice and blended. I got her expression on her face in really good. You love the blue and purple hair on that one, Juju? Yeah, we got to work on that hair a little bit. It's not quite done. It's a little rough. It's not smooth. It takes a very small brush, excuse me, and really teeny tiny little strokes of layering little glazes to get the transition in the hair. Right now it's just kind of blocked in with where the highlights go, and I didn't ever get it smoothed out. Her eye, this eye is complete. And her clothes are mostly complete. Her little sword. I do kind of have to fix her little top. There's a lot of black underneath of it. I was looking at that and I don't really care for that. I think I'm going to pick it up with some orange and move it back a little bit. But mostly I had her prepped to make sure that an hour and a half is not a lot of time when you're doing more than one thing. I figured it would be enough to get the hair started and get the eyes made. I made this one in case there was not enough time to get the eyes made, and it turned out that there was not. So, because there was more things involved than just jumping into the eyes, you know, like product and paints and different things like that, that I actually was not familiar with. So I would have to say next year when we do the Reaper Expo that I will do a 2-hour class, and that will leave us about 30 minutes at the end where people can ask questions and we could do a Q&A. What I should have thought of but forgot about it was about jumping into the Discord and doing a Q&A after the class. I remember doing that in a class myself last year, but I completely forgot about it. It is what it is. Really good learning experience. Everybody, the people told me that they had a good time and that they learned something, and that's really what matters. And I'll really have my Chibi game tight by the time I get back next year. So how's everybody out there this evening? I'm going to put some colors out on the palette. Let's see, there you are. We've got to get some of these, she's got the clear purple in her hair. Actually, it's it's the clear blue. This is her eye color. It's actually that nightshade purple. Well, thank you very much for the follow. That's Star Trek guy. Thank you so much for the follow. And Gurgi 1970, thank you very much for the follow. We do appreciate it. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, does it? You know, it's getting really warm over here. It really is getting quite warm over here. Okay, we'll put a little bit of that out on the palette. I actually found one of my pokey. I want to let you guys know this here. So these, this particular one I've had for a really, really long time, but this is like a lapel pin. And you can get these for so inexpensive in just random designs at secondhand stores. They make great pokies. You can also buy the supplies to make your own if you want to. My pokey that Dragonheart got me is missing. That's the skull head made by Reaper. This one will probably end up breaking because it's soldered to the back. Hi, Juan Jose. How are you? Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm not used to doing a class on Saturdays, so it was a little bit of a rough start this morning, I would have to say. But I got this. Pretty good, Juan Jose. What have you been up to? I know you've been busy working, mate. And we're going to put out some of that pink we were using in our hair, which was the, was it punk rock pink? It was punk rock pink. And that's a Reaper color. Polly wants a cracker. You wouldn't use it like that. Well, you know, I was speaking about just picking up some random ones at the secondhand store. Or you can buy a package of them with these little flats that you glue things to online, like Jewelry Findings. Look for lapel pins, and then you can just glue a disc of your choice here, a couple of pennies on each side, whatever. Ooh, today is lazy day for you? Oh, yeah, it would normally be PJ Sunday. I didn't wear my PJs. I completely phased out the PJ part. Oh, well. There's some of that punk rock pink for the hair. I feel like we might need some red. That's in the shadows, and some white, of course, for the highlights. Well, it's nice of you to join us on your lazy day, Juan Jose. Oh, I do. I have a chibi also by Juan Jose here that if I wanted to, that he gave me. There she is. I could also work on my Chocobo if I wanted to. I could put eyes in her. I was kind of focusing on the Reaper ones, but I have this one too, you guys. You know, I was gonna really go in here and like really change up the hair, and then I decided I really liked it that way because it gave it a super kind of color book animated effect. Good old Chibis. They are! Hello, Hatter. Oh, I am so glad that you did. That makes me feel good. That's what it was about. And that people can take home something that, you know, was valuable that they learned. Big Snack 32, happy Sunday to you too. Normally we're in pajamas here, but today we're not doing that. I got a little bit of more glazing to do on her skin, but you can see that her facial expression really came out pretty poppin'. She's got that very good angry look on her face now. I got to get her kind of her chin worked in there. I want to get a little bit more expression in the chin so that I can get a really good divot there. A little bit more rosy in the cheeks. But I do have to glaze some lighter skin tone. She's a little bit I don't know, it's not too bad, maybe just one glaze. Just one. Hey, Blade Mark, I missed you scrolling by. I am so sorry. I was mixing paint over here. Oh, hang on just a second. Zeke, could you do me a favor? Could you bring... I went up here and I did not do the acetaminophen, Valtrex, lysine, and half of a Oh, okay, I guess I don't need all that, but I to the acetaminophen and enough of the other one. I do.
Just pick them.
Oh, Juan Jose, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know how much those Patreons mean to me, you guys. So that's our way. We don't have subscriptions here anymore. Thank you. We dissolved our affiliate status. So if you guys would like to help support the ship and you enjoy it here and you learn, then the Patreon is how we do that. And that's no, half the other one. Thank you. I'm sorry. And lysine. So I really appreciate you guys' support. Thank you very much. The Patreon is coming along. I think that eventually it's going to be a good thing. I just posted the monthly special events this morning, you guys. So if you want to go in there and see what we're doing for special events in March, it just got posted this morning. And we, of course, are working on, we are going to be doing a live stream with Miss Dices that we will do on all the platforms. And then for Easter, that's coming up next month. Oh, Gurgi, I hope that you do too. I hope that you do too. So over here, we've got the palette, you guys. There we go. Let's just kind of pull that up a little bit. There, kind of get the colors for you of the hair so you can see what's going on. There we go. Okay, so I've got the hair colors here. Then over here, I've got that really dark, you guys, you got to get this. If you have no other color by Reaper, seriously, you guys, Nightshade Purple. 09022. So good. You guys are going to love it. Love it. Okay. Then we're going to do a little bit of skin glazing. Okay. So remember, we've got a little olive green, right? We've got kind of a two tones. The 3 tones for skin, I am actually using a deep red, a tannish color, and then a fair color. But I'm also, of course, using the green in the glazing. I'm also using this a little bit. I used a little bit of it in the shadows of her hair, but then decided that I liked the Nightshade Purple better. It was delicious. Okay, and then I want to show you guys a little trick today. Okay, so I didn't do this in class and I felt bad about it. I want to show you something. Okay, so we're going to take our skin here, not including the green. We're going to put the green off to the side. And I just want to show you guys a little trick. All right, so we'll get this green and we'll just put it right over there. There's our green. Okay, and we got our triad. Hello, Turbo. How are you doing? How are you doing? Let me just give them a little mix so we make sure that they're mixed. I didn't do this when we were painting. I have to admit, it was the first time that I had done a course for Reaper, and I wanted to make sure that I was spot on with what I was doing and that they were happy with the class. So it was a little bit different experience for me, not being the one in charge. Okay, here's what I want to show you. All right, we've got the dark color in our skin triad. Okay, and we're going to put the dark color here. Okay, and then we're going to put a drop of the dark color here. 2 drops at the most, right? Secondary color. Okay, we're going to put our secondary, wait a minute, got to clean the tip off. We're going to put our secondary color here. Okay, secondary color. Put a drop of it into the darker color. So darker color, then this would be your secondary color. This is going to be the color in between those two. Hang on, gotta get an ugly brush. Generally speaking, this color will end up coming out your base shadow color. So this is base shadow color, dark shadow color, and then this color is above it, and so on and so forth. Then you're going to take your light color. So this is like your highlight. one of your highlight colors, right? Put it there. And then you're going to put a drop of it here. Okay? Then you're going to take your secondary color and you're going to put a drop of it in that highlight color. Okay? Now, if you were painting in the fashion where you glaze over the lines, instead of wet blending, you would make one color, another color, and then where the two lines come together, you don't wet blend, you just put the next color in. You can use these secondary colors to fade out the color in between. Some people find that easier than wet blending. Now on this color here, the colors that have white can be pretty dominant. So sometimes to get that color just right, you might need a little bit more of the darker color, this secondary color, simply because when a color gets to the point where it's really getting close to white, it's super dominant. It's the opacity in it. So you get a nice secondary color actually with 2 drops of that. I mean, a nice secondary mix with 2 drops of this one here. So first color, second color, third color, and now you're creating 2 more colors that are in between them. So it kind of goes in a zigzag. So first this is the darkest, then this one, then this one, then that one, then this one, and then the last color that you put on your palette for super stark highlights is going to be your plain white. Let me give it a mix. And generally speaking, my little buddy's in the way there. Generally speaking, I kind of put the white off in its own little area. I'm also going to put a little black off in its own little area. And if you remember correctly, my Reaper Black got lost on my desk in my studio somewhere. So I'm going to be using a different brand. But the rest of these are all going to be Reapers. I found a delicious Reaper purple too, by the way, you guys. This is the clear purple. Oh, so good. I bought all the clears for that event. Well, not all of them. I mean, more than what I had. I bought 3 new ones, one of them being magenta. Oh, delicious. So we're going to need a little magenta also in the skin. So there's our black over here where you're not. There we go. There. Let me see now. And then we're going to need a little clear magenta. Let me find it. There it is. Give it a mix. I also need to paint over her eyes. I think one more time to get a nice glaze, I think would be a really good idea. Now the olive is one of the shadow glazing colors that I'm using in her skin. I'm going to put the magenta over here by that because the magenta is also a color that I'm using in her skin. Chances are I have a lot more paint and volume wise than what you actually need on your palette. I like you guys to really be able to see it in the camera. So that's important to me. All right. So we did a little bit of glazing on the other. Let me grab my hood. We did a little bit of glazing on the rest of the skin on her. We got a little bit, as you can see, a little bit of her cleavage going on, little shadows in there. Notice her collarbones popping out a little bit. I got in there and I did that. And then I hit a couple of other areas, including what looked to me like she has a bare back. Because I don't see any straps or anything. So I was kind of curious about that. I actually didn't go look up the original box art that might have helped me with it, but I didn't go get that. So, but it looked to me like she had a bare back, so I went ahead and painted that as skin. You know, I was just thinking the other day too, if I didn't pull my bangs out, I could wear this darn thing right over my bangs and it wouldn't break my forehead out. All right, so in looking at her, yeah, see, it really does. I am putting wings on her, so in reality, her back is going to be very shadowed. Because it's going to be under the wings. So I'm just going to paint a nice deep shadow with a little purple, a little skin tone, because I'm actually going to end up coming in here and creating striations in the plastic and gluing these saggy wings on her because she's grumpy. So I'm going to put her wings down. You know, like dogs tuck their tails. I'm going to make her wings hanging down like she's pissed off. I'll come in here and glaze a little skin tone a little bit later. This probably won't even take place today, but for right now, this is behind the wings, out of sight. Chances are I probably wouldn't have to paint it, but one of the things I don't like is when I glue two pieces together like I did on her. I glued the two pieces together with, I had to put green stuff in there, and I'm going to have to get in there and shadow that because I do not like the way that that looks. I was like, yeah, that does not look good. So I'm probably going to end up finding something that I can use as like a secondary wing or something to put in there. It's very disappointing to me. I was highly disappointed in that. All right, let me get a wee bit of this. So a tiny bit of yellow. Let's get a little bit of, this one's too bright. It needs to be a, hold on. I don't actually have it on the desk because I was not doing this yesterday. There we go. That's a good color. So in order to make the color in the eyes, I like to have a color that is almost white, but technically it's a super pale yellow. Yeah, I find that it makes just the best white of the eye color. So I kind of want to have that last coat in there before I do this last part of the skin so that I don't have to paint the whole eyeball area. I mean, if I have to go in there and correct mistakes, that's one thing, but the color that I'm using to create the yellow in the white is called Amber Gold. And I'm just going to use, like, seriously, the tiniest amount of that just to get the color for inside the eyes ever so slightly off-white, but with a yellow tint to them. The fiber, hang on. One thing you'll learn about the Captain is I don't play with fibers. I don't like them. There, you see that color? Just ever so slightly yellow. I think you could call it like an eggshell even in this case. Any I tell people ivory works and oh, I totally forgot my mixing solution. Ivory works. You can mix a little bit of khaki with plain white. I mean, there's a lot of options for it. The reason I bought this one, Gergie, was because when you buy it, you pay just as much for this one as some others, and it came with a variety pack of lenses so that I could change it according to the glasses that I change when I'm painting. So I can get, also I can change to a very much higher magnification if I'm doing something really super small. So it worked out really good for me. Geek can probably, actually, is this in the, is this visor Geek somewhere where people can find it?
Yes, I'll link it.
Okay. Geek will link it into the chat for you, Gurgi. The only thing I don't like about it is the plastic touches my forehead. I need to like cover it in fabric or something because it breaks my forehead out. And if I wear it for too long, I tend to vise mine on pretty tight and it will give me a headache. All right, so same solution that I normally use, right? That is one milliliter, the little dropper, all the way up to the top, five teaspoons to 2 tablespoons of distilled water. I always mix the paints with the distilled water. In a very, very advanced formula on your eyes, I will actually come in and paint the eyes over with a color that has a little more white in it than the color that I started with to paint the whites, and I won't get the corners. I will come from the corners to the center on both the eyes, and it creates a little gradient on the eye, a little bit more yellow in the corners. All right, so in making the glaze for this, for her face, I want to, this is her deepest shadow here, less the green. This is the secondary, this one. So I actually want this to be a little bit more red. There's a lot of red in the base color. You'll notice it's a slightly kind of like a pasty brick color, and I will mix these two together to create that. She's angry and red in the face, and I want to make sure that I don't lose that. And I'll add enough of that till I get it to just where I want it, which is kind of a pinkish, and thin it. And then I'm going to glaze her face again, and I will probably come in with some more shadows and colors as well. Because I do, like I said, I've got to shape that chin up. But I felt like I needed to come in here and just kind of smooth out her skin a wee bit more before I jumped into that, and just bring it down a little bit. I want all my lines smooth. I'm going to get a very tiny brush, and I'm going to shape these You have some very, very crazy little ones, Mr. Skiles. Okay. So we are going to take a little bit of green. You're going to thin that green. That's the olive green over here. Thin it. And we're going to come in here and we're going to put it right underneath of this little expression she's got going on here. This grumpy under chin. And I'm going to let that dry. We're going to take a little bit of thinned, you want to really thin the magenta. Look out, that clear magenta is, woo! Dab it off on the paper towel a little bit, and we're going to come in here and we're going to get that right around her mouth. I'm going to glaze a little on her cheeks, a little on this cheek. I glazed a little on the nose, a little bit up under the eye. I'm also going to glaze over that green with it around the chin area. At this point, I hardly have anything on the brush, and I'm just glazing it over. I'm going to take a little bit of that really nice deep red, and we're going to make the recess in her mouth. And that little crack in the mouth right there. We're going to take some of this glaze that we're working with here. We want it to be thin. Whichever direction you pull that brush, remember to pick wherever you're picking it up. That's, you want to go towards the shadow, towards the highlights. If you're working with a light color, you want to go towards the highlights. Picking up a little bit of thinned this color in between the highlight and the secondary, and we're gonna start building her nose. We're gonna catch the top of the lip, little highlights, and we're gonna start putting these little highlights in the face. Build that nose a little bit. This is the side that the light's coming from. These are very, very teeny tiny little layers. We're going to grab a little bit of that highlight, and we're just going to try to get this very, very bottom lip here. This takes a very, very fine brush. But if we can get it, we'll definitely get that pouty look better. Also kind of get the little end of her nose here, and we'll sweep a little bit right up the bridge. This side being a little darker, I'm going to utilize a few shadows to kind of separate that. But you can kind of see the dynamics starting to build. Are you watching chat for me today, Geek? Be real patient, you guys, if I don't get to the chat right away. Oh! That is, oh, exclamation point, redeem target. So I was taking some very, very small amounts of paint and building up the expression. Getting some little highlights on her mouth here. I want to get all these highlights in on her face. I'll come in and touch up some shadows and whatnot. Hello, Aoko Rain? Aoko Rain. Aoko Rain? That would be the Hawaiian pronunciation. Aoko Rain. Kabojin. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we're going to come in there with a little bit of that magenta. We're thinning it again to kind of go over where we highlighted the mouth. We'll take a little bit of the dark color, that is the dark shadow, mixed with the secondary. And I'm going to come in here, and this is where I'm going to kind of make the recesses in the mouth. I'm going to get under the nose, right at the cleft of the lip. I'll take that dark one again, the dark shadow, and make sure I get between the lips really good. Well, hello, Joe Firk. Welcome. Thin some of this darker color that is a secondary shadow. And we're going to come in here and glaze the shadows. Getting up underneath that chin. And make sure to get up underneath that chin with a nice glaze, a nice shadow. And we're going to take some of that dark color with a wee bit of green. So it's going to make almost like a little bit of a brownish color. And I'm going to make sure that I get in here and up under her neck because there's a deep shadow in there. I do kind of enhance the collarbones just to give a little bit more depth to the face. Oh yeah, I hear that it runs a lot smoother on YouTube, Joe. I do. Now we're going to come in here and we're going to get one of these, this being the deepest shadow, this being the secondary shadow. We have a third shadow over here. Hold on. Over here. But that's more of a skin tone than it would be a shadow. And then we have these colors building up to the highlight. So I'm going to pick up this lower tone one because where we're going to be putting that highlight is on her breast. And her breasts are kind of hidden by her head. I don't want to get them too crazy. I just want to get a little highlight built so I can come in here and do a glaze. And I do find that one of the things that helps is underpainting. So if you paint a glow underneath, I find that really helps with these little guys to get what you want out of the depth on them. I don't like them to look like they have mud on their boobies. So it would kind of look like that. I might go a little bit deeper. I think I have a little bit of an allergy going on, guys. Hang tight. It's running out the corner of my eye. Pretty soon we're going to have makeup running all down my face. All right. Again. Now, sometimes in the shadows, I will come in and I will get like a really dark color, like a black green. What'll really work in this case that will help is going to be the clear purple. Yeah, clear purple. So using a little purple in your shadows for skin is like the bomb. So let's put a little cool clear purple. Tiny bit. And we will get a little bit of this deep red color and we'll mix it with that purple. I'm going to make it thin. It's going to be kind of a purpley red color. All right. Kind of a very deep mauve. That would be it right there. It's sort of a deep mauve without the brown. Although that deep red color does have a little bit of brown in it, so. You got a little bit of this going on there. See how that deepens that? And you can use that same color to maybe get into her armpit area. I think a little bit on her back, you know, where we were painting the flesh, where we're going to glue those angry wings. This side doesn't have a whole lot. And then we're going to take and we're going to make a nice clear glaze out of that. Add a wee bit more of that and get that nice kind of mauve color mixed up in a glaze. And we're going to come in here and we're going to go under her chin with it. We're going to get around the hairline with it. I'm going to get kind of under the eyes with it. It is a little bit red when you start painting it. It's got a magenta tone to it. So when you start painting it on the, glazing it on the mini, you'll notice that it has a bit of a red effect. And it's going to help build the life in her face, even though it's purple. Coming back in here to glaze right over that. Now, mind you, the glaze is really thin, so it creates a blend. It's not just, you're not just like painting over it as if the other color is not going to show, because it totally is. I'm going to go back in for some of that purple. Mauve. It's a nice glaze. Right inside the eyes, around the eyes, I will put a little extra. I'm going to go back for that little bit of that highlight that I mixed up. Glaze that right along the edge of that, around the eye part. And pull it out to the highlighted areas on the cheeks. Right, swoop it down right to the end of her nose. Hit her little wrinkles in her face with a little more highlight. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to correct the bottom of the eye. Just where I got a little bit of that mauve into the eye socket, and I don't want it there. But what I am going to show you, because she's angry. Okay. It's a cool little trick. Is it like rolling right along, Joe? Okay, we're going to thin, super thin. On the mauve. Actually, you know what? This red might work. Red's really dangerous, by the way. Red is like super powerful color. I'm gonna really super duper thin it. All right, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come into the corners of her eyes here and put a little bit of that glaze. Try not to get it onto the face. This is one of the reasons why a lot of people will paint the skin with the eyes before they paint the skin. Each of these is drying. And the corners of the eyes are turning a very, very light color of red. Oh, does it? That's really good to hear. Thank you, Skiles. And then before we go back for the white, I will show you what this looks like. Pretty weird. Up close. It's a very fine glaze. Now, that's awesome to know that YouTube gives such good picture. There you are. Okay, now the best part of that is that you do not have to sacrifice the audio to watch the video or the video to hear the audio. Oh, that's really nice. That's nice to know. Thank you, Joe Firk. Thank you for letting us know that. All right, so now we're going to go in for the white that we had colored the eyes, and we make a little glaze. And pulling from, you're not going to go all the way into the corner. You're only going to do, like, I guess the rounded part of the front of the eye. And I just come in here and whiten up the front part that we're going to put the iris on, glaze a little over the red part, and it'll become faded. It'll have a gradient into the red. But when you create these eyes, there will be a little bit of a red to them, indicating, you know, angry person. High blood pressure, maybe. Angry little Minnie. So when you're all done glazing this in, the corners of her eyes should be slightly pink. Very hard to see because the lights kind of wash it out. You're not saying it's 100% Twitch's fault, but you'll give it 75%. That's pretty good. Just the sides. There. See? A little bit of red. When we come in there and we put the eyes in, there will be, it will show. It will. It doesn't seem like it will, you know, at first, but just trust me. When you put that eyeball in there, especially since we're doing her eyes blue, You want to get a few of those just nice and smooth with a gradient. There we go. Okay. I gotta pick up another little glaze on her nose, it looks like. Sometimes when I'm doing one of these highlights, I will start at the very base where the highlight is and very gradually work my way, especially if it's something like her nose, for example. It's kind of long and skinny. It's a little skinny area that we're working in. So I'll start at the bottom where the main highlight's going to go, and then using the very tip of the brush, I'll climb like that. Same thing like here at the cheek is where the most sun is, and so just kind of go along it and pull towards that area where I want the majority of the paint to be. This one we got to kind of pull the paint both directions. I have to get the littlest. Let's get a little bit of that magenta. I'm using the very two front hairs of the brush to apply that. That way we get a little pouty bottom lip on her. The tiniest bit of white and the tiniest bit of magenta. If we get that just right, we should be able to get the very tip here to create a little highlight for us. There we go. And one thing is her mouth is so small, and you're going to find this on some characters. I have to keep coming back to get her between the lips in. This is the hardest part when I go to make, hello, my light, when I go to make an expression. So I use the very darkest color of the series over here. So we're using that deep red, and I create the expression. How are you doing, Milite? And then just like I did with the eyebrows, with her wrinkle looked on her face, right? I will come in here. We got to get just the right color of glaze. And you're going to come in here and you're going to glaze over those. I'm going to glaze it into her face. It diffuses it a little bit. How are things over where you are? Milite, I haven't seen much of you lately. Things here are doing pretty good. So these little itty bitty teeny tiny layers takes time. If you don't want perfectly smooth skin, you know what? You don't have to have perfectly smooth skin. But I'm going to tell you now, I've taken a number of classes because I want perfectly smooth skin, and I've been trying to up my game. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't really found that without all the little teeny tiny layers and nice thin paint that you really get that beautiful smooth look. Okay, I'm going to come over here and pick up a teeny tiny bit of the really hyper highlight, and I'm going to glaze it right onto her nose. That's this lightest one that we've got over here. The tiniest bit of mixing medium to it. So as I do this area where she's kind of smirking, I'm going to kind of bring her cheek up a little bit. So that you can get the feel of that, much like the wrinkles in her eyebrows. Oh, you are? Okay, well, you know what? We need the hours over there on YouTube anyway, my dear. Oh, it's starting to warm up over here too. That's awesome. Yeah, Hammy's pretty happy about it. She's always really happy when the smell of spring starts happening. That's like her favorite. So what we're doing right now is we're building these different areas that she has here to make this expression. And to do that, I've got to get the right areas in the light, just like I did with the scowl.
To the stars, follow our hearts, go without a trace. 'Cause we got something red, nobody else could get. Just say the word and I will meet you there. I'll take you anywhere.
As you build the layers, you'll actually start to see the expression come out, and you then glaze the expression to make it to where we got this up here. We glaze this part of the expression, and then it will do the same thing. It does take a little bit of work, but for me, I am so fond of having expression and movement that it's so worth it to me. Now, one thing I do need to do is I gotta fix this upper lip. She's got just kind of a crooked shadow. So I'm just going to get that glaze a little farther over. I had put a little recess divot in her top lip, but turns out I don't particularly like it. The good news about that is how easy it is to fix. And then we're going to go back under her nose with a little shadow. I'm going to get a little bit of that purple that we mix with the dark red and just go right under the nose. And right in the recess of the mouth. We're going to use this in-between color here that's been made into glaze. So that's, we had the three first colors, then 2 secondary colors that we mixed, and now I'm actually mixing those 2 secondary colors together to create a flow to get it glazed in. Then I'm going to get this color here that is one of her highlights, and I'm going to add the smallest amount of that. I'm going to pull it down here because I'm going to add a little magenta so that I can build this cheek here. Scooter, hey, how's it going? Hi, Paul John. Hi, Nebula. Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. We're going to have you painting chibis before long. I'm going to see if I can dare to come in here with the lightest color. There's a point where you can come in with your highlight and it's safe, but if you're not careful, if you do it too soon, your gradients won't be right. So I try to wait for that perfect moment. And I think I got it. I'm moving around the smallest amount of paint to create little highlights to get this expression. When you get it, you'll see it. Reference helps. I will admit it does, but it's not like you really want to go in there and then just be, you know, going off of someone else's work. But then again, if you're painting something different and their work is helping you, don't be shy about that. Whew. Hi, Iffy. Okay, magenta glaze. These little last highlights that you put on, those are to build volumes. And you want a lot of volume on these little guys. She's a little whited out. My camera seems to be bleaching things out a little bit today. But I think you guys can see We're going to take a little bit of that highlight color, the smallest amount, and just get a little bit of a highlight, you know, a little underpainting right there on this side, this breast, if you want to call it. There's a tiny breast. See? Underpainting. You're going to go over that. I bet. Oh, you mean, yeah, I would be willing to. These are really hard. We'll have to get something with more space on it. We have a printer now, so I'm sure we can find something. There's so much available out there. I actually used the nightshade, not black, for her top eyelid. A little correction here and there. Sometimes your paint gets a little excited. Sometimes your brush does. I would love to paint with her. All right, so now we're going to change to a larger brush. We're going to let the skin set up, okay? There comes a point where you've applied a certain number of layers, for me anyway, where I like to just make sure everything can sit and dry. Sometimes I'll use the blow dryer in between, but in this case, I'm going to leave it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here on this little gal, and we're going to take that really nice bright magenta that we have as a glaze. And remember, we had done all these highlights and we had put some dark tones in the hair. We're going to take and bring the magenta in. I am going to glaze it. I could not get her to stay. Well, and apparently when she dyed her hair, she got it on her ear. For those of you who have colored your hair with temporary color, you know that happens. That's actually a very real moment right here. Over all the highlights. I'm using a nice big brush. I'm going to get this color in all of there. You're also going to dry the brush off and pick it up out of some of the recesses. Dry it off on your paper towel and come back. You want to use an ugly brush for this. Don't use one of your good brushes that you are expecting to perform later if you're shoving the bristles up in these recesses. It, yeah, messes up the tip of your brush. This one already has a messed up tip. So this was before I learned how to take proper care. Now you'll notice that this adds a whole nother dimension to her hair. While we're there, we'll thin a little bit of that nightshade and we'll bring it right up underneath the base of the hair here where the shadows are. And drag it up into some of these. So all those dark areas that you had developed. And it's more of a blotting than anything else as you do this. You do want to make sure you have that thin because it can be a little bit lethal. Okay. Now we'll take some of that clear purple. I did thin it. We're on clear purple, by the way. I'm bringing it and doing a little bit of painting into those recesses that we just shadowed. And right over the area we shadowed underneath. Notice the way that starts to build. Okay. Now we're going to take the punk rock pink, right? And we're going to mix some of that clear magenta and punk rock pink together. Okay. And we're going to come in and these areas that we've kind of highlighted, we're going to use that color, and just, you could paint right over the purple as long as it's not an area that's a big wet spot, because that will end up dragging it. It will end up dragging your pink too much into your shadows. So I'm covering it as well so that you kind of get a little bit of an ombre thing going on. Don't worry about the parts that you highlighted really high like that, because you're going to come back for those. It's back and forth and back and forth. In painting over the purple, you're going to start to get that what color, that effect where the two colors kind of fade together. And you didn't even have to do wet blending in the hair. I mean, you can if you want to, but okay. I notice we have a base of the hair, sort of. But you'll notice how the hair is now starting to get that kind of animated, chunky look to it. I'm going to take a quick bio. And then we'll come back. And we are going to pick up on her hair. It needs to dry. And we'll pick up on her hair. Get some really good deep shadows in here. Some really fantastic. Thank you, Samini. I got purple and green and brick red. Samini, I made this expression on her face. She doesn't come like that. I actually made that expression with the paint. There are no indentations or ripples or anything on her face. Her face is smooth. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much, Skin Sun. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. Yes, it is an angry. She is angry. She is angry. We're also going to make her have angry eyes. She's an angry, and she has angry wings that I'm gluing to the back that are slumping like when a dog tucks their tail down. Hi, Dextrose. Hi. And hi, Samini, by the way. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yes, so I was pretty happy with that. I decided she was angry, like pouting with her mouth, but it didn't have enough, you know, I wanted a power pout. Yes, I didn't even think I could do it. I'm serious. I think I have another mini around here that I kind of sort of did it with, but she just didn't have a pouty enough face. I wanted her to really look like she was like really, you know, forcing it. You know, like, damn it, you pissed me off kind of a thing. And I thought, okay, I'm going to try to do this. I was like, oh, man, that made me happy. Skin Sun first. I'm going to do the hair. I'm waiting for the skin to set up. And so something I want to tell you guys. When we go to do the eyes, one of the tricks that I do, I'm going to varnish my skin. Hello, Mage Tails. Oh, Skink Sun. Wait. Snick Sun. Oh, I'm sorry. So dyslexic. Thank you. Snick Sun. Thank you. Thank you. That helps. Yes, I am so many. I didn't even see how it was spelled. Thank you. Mage Tails, it's nice to see you in here. So, oh, wait. So, let me tell you so I don't forget. So, the thing is that, I'm going to varnish her skin to set it, okay? Now, when I do that, let's just say, oh, I'm painting the eye and I make a little boo-boo. If you've got your skin varnished, I put 2 coats, right? And you've got it nice and varnished. Usually, you can take a wet brush and just clean that up, and you won't mess up your beautiful skin paint. So sometimes when you're working on an area and then you have another little tedious area that you have to come into, varnishing the area around it or beside it or whatever to seal it, even if it's not completely done, will save you, like edge highlighting. If you varnish before you edge highlight and you make a mistake, it's so much easier to take the paint off. If you don't, yes. Now, what I like the skin to be matte. If you wanted the skin shiny, you could totally use shiny Snick, totally, if you wanted to. But I like my skin to be matte, unless I did somebody's skin here. Whose skin? I think I did hers. I did hers satin. So she has a little bit, see how her face is a little bit shiny? Yes, I did hers satin. So, okay. It's important to know that trick, because if you do that, the other thing is, once you have painted your eye and you get it the way you want it, 3 coats of high gloss varnish to seal your eye so nothing happens to it. If for some reason you make a mistake and you get a little paint on the eye, Oh, having to go back and do it all over is the biggest pain in the butt. So that varnish will protect you. Usually you can just get a little bit kind of stiff brush and a little bit of water and just sort of rub the paint away as long as there's varnish underneath of it. Ooh, you're proud of me. Yay! Yay. Yes, it's so helpful, Snick. I'm serious. Like the first time that I've been there. I was edge highlighting a destroyer, a Necron destroyer, and I didn't seal it. And the worst is metallic. And I just slopped what I was doing, and I had to go back and wipe it. And when I was wiping it off, it just took the base paint with it. It's like, oh my God. So I went back, I had to fix all the base paint. I did it. And then when I went to edge highlight, I still didn't varnish it. And then I just discovered that one day and I was like, I'm going to varnish this and seal it. It's got to be easier to wipe it off of varnish. Oh, so much better. So much better. So I'm going to take a quick bio, you guys. Okay. And then we'll come back and we'll do the hair. First, we'll varnish her face because she's got her pouty expression. We don't want to lose that, right? I mean, that would be hard to fix. And after we seal her face, then we will work on her hair and then we will go to the eyes. Oh, hi, Trader. Hi, I think I missed you. Sculpting with paint. Yeah, I'll have to find the other expression wherever it is and show it to you. I didn't succeed at it, Samini, but it was the first time I did it. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. You hang tight. Don't run off. We still have hair and eyes to go. And you got to take a look at that dog behind me. Look at that. Do you see her? She's laying on her back, sleeping. Can you see her? With her feet over the blankets on her back, like a human. And dreaming. Oh, there's a chicken color, right? Chicken color.
your cranes up.
Here's your reminder.
Yay.
Party the dog.
Party, party. It's dog party. It's a dog.
Here's your reminder. Party the dog.
Dog party. Yeah, she drank a significant amount of water, but she probably will not have to take it back because
Come on, Hobalooski.
I mean, I've got her back on her program, so everything should be there. What color is this? Oh my gosh, it would have been terrifying to be.
Well, I just took it off your desk because you didn't show the camera, so I had to figure out which black you were using.
Oh right, because I lost black. So I was gonna put a little black and a little white, but instead I put the nightshade purple.
I got the video.
Okay, you know what you're doing?
What?
You know what you're doing?
Yeah, I got this.
Hello, Super Brabbit. How are you, mate? How are things? All right. Cranking. All right. This should be nice and set up by now. Oh, by the way, Tacky likes to pull paint off. FYI. First, the varnish. Big, big. Can't miss it. Can't miss it. That's the varnish. Right? Do you think I have a big enough container of it? I don't know. I like to make sure it seals. Otherwise my varnish dries out. I don't like my varnish drying out. And then picky about it. Good evening, Paint Monkey. Welcome, welcome. We're finishing up what we were working on for the Reaper class for everybody. That way there'll be a VOD hanging out here. Also, when they get out of all of their other classes that they might want to go back on. I also don't generally use my really good brushes and varnish, you guys. But I suppose since they're standing side by side, I should probably do her skin in satin since I did the other ones in satin. Otherwise, it's going to look a little bit odd lighting-wise, right? We want them to look equal. So, you can buy satin if you can get a very consistent satin. I think Liquitex is probably going to be right on the top there, but I mix a little bit of matte with a little bit of the gloss. I probably mix it a little bit more. I don't know. The other mini was pretty satiny. Oh, they're developing something to send it to me right now to test. So she said that we actually have a meeting next week to talk to her about what I expect out of it and kind of like what I want, my ideas. So I'm pretty excited too, Paint Monkey. I am. I mean, if you think about it, you know, there was a time when I really wanted to do something in the makeup field. That was my goal at one time. I still feel like I want to make an eyeliner. Okay, so we're glazing over the chest there. All right. Now we have our face protected with one coat. We're going to wait for just a couple of minutes, kind of work on this, on her chest glazing a little bit while that dries. I'm going to come in here and do this. Now I'm painting over those highlights, right? Glazing over it. So the skin will begin to, you're not really, I mean, trying to wet blend in here really would be hard. I'm not saying you can't do it, but by doing these little glazes over the underpainted highlights, I find with Chibis that works out really good. I believe that, so I want to start with something inexpensive for everyone's desk, but what I'm thinking about doing, Paint Monkey, is a set of 3, and one of them will be natural, so probably sable, and then the other 2 will be high-end synthetics. So they, being as the synthetics are high, so there's a way that they make the hair. Yes, I thought it would be really a cool idea. I wear a lot of eyeliner and a lot of big eyeliner, so I thought creating an eyeliner, I've wanted to do that like my whole life, Joe. So Paint Monkey, I was talking to her about the different types of synthetic fibers, and I have my eye on a very specific type. She said it will be a little more expensive than like Taclon, but at the same time, I feel like it'll be worth it. All right, so we're going to come back in here with a little bit more of that varnish. Mind you, now I do thin the varnish. I apply thin layers of it when I do this. We don't want any white. So applying your varnish even and not too thick is key. I generally do not use the airbrush to varnish my models. So if you guys haven't heard, Dices and I are doing a co-stream. Look out, it's a sassy situation. And we are co-streaming on Easter. Also, something to remember about varnish, it dries extremely quickly. When you are varnishing, if you're varnishing your model, you're painting on, be careful not to go back over varnish with your brush because it dries it dries faster than your paint, and you will leave brush streaks in your varnish and it will make your model look gritty. Ooh, that would be cool too. Yeah, I think colors would be cool, Joe. The other thing I want to tell you guys is that, did you know if you have a model that has a little grit on it, say you have an area and you don't like that your paint got a little bit gritty. Maybe there's some stuff in your studio and you know that you could go back over it and paint it, but that grit is there. You can take a very small piece. Let me see if I've got one. I had one. Hold on. A small piece of very fine sandpaper. Like really fine. We're talking 120, 100. And if you can get in there and you can sand that area to get the bumps or the grit out of it. And by varnishing over that, matte varnish. You want matte varnish to do this. You want matte varnish because matte varnish has tooth. Tooth is something that the paint can adhere to. If it's really, really smooth and glossy, the paint has a harder time sticking. If it has tooth, then the paint can stick better. So you can sand away the gritty area. Not always, but some areas you can do this. Say you got a nice long sleek leg on a larger model, and you know that if you could go back over it, you could match your paint and everything. You can sand the little gritty area away, varnish it with matte varnish, and come back in and correct your paint, like the area. Sorry guys, don't panic. I got it. I've actually had to sand away areas and then reprimer it. It was so gritty. I had such a problem with grit. We have a big air purifier in the studio now, by the way. We put an air purifier in here. So I have to get rid of all the dust and the particles and everything. They have to go. All right. Face is setting up. I don't want to turn her over on her face. We're going to work on this hair. Let me put these little tools over here. Oh, were you good? And it's not looking good, is it?
We can talk about that.
Okay. Right. Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to come up now in building these low lights. We're going to use that nightshade that we have here. That's that really dark Reaper color. First, I think what I'm going to do this is I'm going to get out one of my liners. Love my liners. Skiles, are you guys still out there? Let me see if this one fits. No. Liner. I think I pulled them off my desk. Hang on, let me see if I've got... Oh, you are. So yeah, we can totally arrange a paint class. I just want to let you know. Absolutely not a problem. And we've got a printer here, so we can print something out that will be adequate. Okay. All right. So now you can use ink. Ink kind of stays in the trails better. Now, one thing that I did, so we already did like all the magenta over it and everything, but what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we're going to hit all of these low areas with a liner. It's going to bring a lot of depth to her hair. So, it's tedious, but it's worth it, I think. And then we'll come in and then we'll do more of the highlighting afterwards. So I'm going to choose a couple of colors. So for the areas that are pink, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix the pink, which is this punk rock pink that we've got over here, right? And what I'm going to do the lining on that is I'm going to bring some of the nightshade to the punk rock pink here. There you are. And to be honest with you, they don't particularly like each other. And that's going to happen with some colors. You'll think, oh, that's a good idea, but then it turns out to be a bad idea. So in that case, they kind of don't like each other. It turns a little bit too gray. So I'm going to remove that. Oh, thank you. Hello, Green. How are you? Check out this face. Also, I find that when the skin is glossy, it interferes with the appearance. Yeah, it's gonna have to be matte, you guys. I don't like it. I feel like the lights interfere. I do not like the way that lights bounce unless it's like off of eyes or machinery or that sort of a thing. I don't like it to interfere with all those tedious little layers that we've developed. All right, that should... Okay, once that dries, meanwhile, we're going to come over here and we're going to clean this little area up where I got the... really, Hammy? Really? You're going to die back there? You're going to die right in front of the camera? Everyone's just going to watch you? So instead, for the dark areas in the pink hair, we're going to mix a small amount of clear purple with the clear magenta, leaning a little bit more towards the purple. And for the areas that are really, really dark, we're going to be using the nightshade in those. A little bit more clear purple. Thank you very much. Also, you know, Green, it might interest you to know this. Her face is not shaped like that. I made that with paint, but it needs to dry so that it turns matte so that you can see it better. In a moment, it will turn. It will turn matte, and then it won't be so weird from the lights. But I shaped her face like that. It is not shaped like that. I made the expression on her face with paint. I was very happy with myself. She just needs to calm down there for a minute. All right, and a little bit more of that clear magenta. And that's this color we're mixing over here on the side. There we go. Whoop. Sorry. This is the clear magenta, yes. And we're going to use this. We're going to thin that a little, and that's going to go in all the recesses of the magenta portions of the hair. Anybody who's out there in chat that wants to shout out your deep, it is, please feel free. We don't have a lot of mods in here today. And if you guys want to do that, even though we're having class, if you'd like to share something with me, take a peek at a chibi you're working on or something. And still yet, one more drop of purple. So I ended up with 3 drops of magenta and 2 drops of purple. I had to add an extra drop of purple, so it looks like about half and half. Hopefully that's dark enough. We will know in a minute. I keep these little
Welcome
pipettes around. Thank you so much for the follow. Jody Obsidiana. How about that? Thank you for that follow. All right. It's thinned. And we'll see. Hopefully it will be dark enough. It's a lot darker than the pink. And then I'm going to go in all the little recesses. And this is tedious. It really is. But I think that you guys will find if you do this, that it really does give your project a lot of pop. And alternating colors, you know what I should do is put out some plain purple right there beside it. That's the clear purple. Get the little beaker, not that one. Ink also works for this, you guys. But I'm going to put the purple over here so that we can alternate, so that all shadows are not the same color. So we'll do some with the darker magenta, and then we'll do some with the purple. And I don't even think you need to get excited about like rinsing your brush or anything like that in between. But it'll help break up the monotony of something being one solid color. And you want to try to do that. This mini would not stay on a holder, just to let you know. I highly recommend using holders, but my mini, she would not stay on one. So I ended up having to hold her in my hand. So what you're doing, and we are hopefully, hold on, let me make sure you're in focus. Okay, you are. Is we're going through the recesses of the hair here. Some of these, when you come in here to paint the hair, because it's pretty tedious, you may not want to do this first. You may want to do this last. I'm going to blend on a fine line of hair here, so it does make it even more so tedious. But some of this will get painted out, and I'm okay with that. And you'll see how this starts to change the characteristics of what we're doing a little bit. The other thing you can do is pretty cool, is you can take a lighter color and you can do inside the recesses with a lighter color. It's kind of a cool dynamic, really. I didn't do a whole lot of conversation this round about brush load and that sort of a stuff, but which I usually do quite a bit of. It's important to remember, being as if you have too much paint on your brush, you're not going to succeed in any of the things that the effects that you want to get. So it is definitely something to think about. Okay, now I'm coming in for the nightshade. This is a liner. If you do pin shadowing, I highly recommend that you get yourself a liner. I find them to be pretty much indispensable. Natural hair, I find the natural hair liners to be better. I learned that when I was painting with oils on canvas. They bend. They follow the recesses better. So what are you up to this evening, Green? These are little extra lines because it'll make it look like the hair is thinner coming out of her scalp, which will add an extra dynamic. Just hang tight and you'll see. There. Broke up the color. And in between all those little recesses of the braids, so the shadows show up so we can see the braid. I kind of don't want to flick a whole bunch of black on her ear. So I will try to go the opposite direction of her ear. Okay, underneath, it's already that color. So I'm going to come in here probably with a few highlights to make some areas of the hair just a little bit, you know, hair catches light. This is black. In these really deep areas on animated characters, I do put black in. Some of the lining. So down here towards the base, because we will be glazing in here again. So down here towards the base of the hair where the shadows are really developing strong, I will do a little lining of black to get some pop. It's about getting as much as you can out of one little chibi, and you need to work with all the light and all the dynamics that you possibly can, because they are so small. It's not like a big character where you can, you have something big going on, so you're able to draw a lot of attention to that. These guys, finite space. Okay. Whoop. Missed a couple areas. Hang on. Oh, I'm going to have to get a shorter throw on my brush for that. Hang on. This one. So the technique that I'm using right now is a little bit, it's not dry brushing, but I am using a, see? Got it on her skin. A little bit of water. Ugly brush. Boom. Because we varnished it, so this is one of my smaller brushes that I do. It's a kind of a rubbing technique. So I'm building the paint, but I'm kind of pushing it around and rubbing. It's thinned very little, and I'm using a dryer technique to do it. Sometimes when I have to get in a little recess, I will do that because I don't want any paint to be, I don't want any paint to end up in the recesses. So I let it dry a little bit. I use some of the dryer paint that's on the palette. And then I'll come in and use that. Okay. Now we're going to use that technique right now. We're going to take a small amount of white, some of that clear magenta. And for the purple areas, I'm actually just going to take... I had a purple here. Well, I do actually have this clear one. I really do like it. And I'm just going to create a little bit of a lighter color by adding a little bit of white. So it'll become like a lavender. The darker parts don't have a whole lot of highlights, but with the clears, you do have to blot quite a bit off on your paper towel if you're doing a highlight. I'm gonna kind of use the side of the brush so I don't get into the recesses too much. Make sure we're nice and clear for you guys. Side of the brush. And I'll kind of pull it up into the pink a little bit. In some areas, I'll stand the brush up and smooth a little on the recess of the hair. Pulling, feathering a little bit off the pink like that. I think what you will notice is that it creates a gradient. So we're just kind of building the little lavender highlights. There's not like a whole lot of them, but they're going to be really important to giving your hair some movement. If you want to get a little movement, you got to kind of work with your highlights. And you notice if you've ever looked at hair, it's like hair really never does look all the same color. For those of us that color at these bright colors, like one of the things that I do is I try regularly to add a different color. That way it gives it a little bit of that undertone, if you will. Now your shadows, you will probably have to go back over some of them, but keep in mind that you wanted to get them nice and dark so that as you come in with this color, you're not just painting this color into the recesses without something being there to catch it. Hello, AJ. How are you? Are you out of class? I added a little bit more white. As we touch these down, we want to try to keep it kind of to the rise, where the hair is rising, like so. I'm going to kind of keep it very, very slight on the side that has the shadows. We might just put a couple in here. As it moves towards the face a little bit. Right there. That would be a good spot for it. Oh, you're too hungry to think, right? Now you're feeding yourself. I know, right? Oh, thank you very much. We're working it up. We're working it up. Oop, oop, I don't want to touch her face. And we're making it to where there's a little, you know, we got a little ombre thing going on. If you pull those highlights towards the pink, you'll be able to pull the pink down onto them. And it will really create a beautiful ombre effect. You shall see here in just a second. Try to pick out some little strands that look to you like they could use a little bit of attention. And then I'll show you a really cool trick here in a second. So we get some of these built up. Let's see, let's do this area right here. Right here. Okay, so you see how that's beginning to form up. Okay. Now, this little area here, I wasn't really entirely happy actually with the design. It's one of those things I don't know. I feel like I want to paint it out. And I do that sometimes. Sometimes I will just make it what I want. Now, in those areas where you built some volume, now you can take that purple, the clear purple, and you don't want it to be thinned. But you come in here, right, to the areas where you brought those highlights in, and drag a little clear purple kind of right at the very end, and it will give you, and where the hair dips. See where we dip right here? And very lightly, like a butterfly kiss, drag it towards the lavender. So what we're doing here, this goes in right here. See? Dry that brush off and you can just feather that. These areas around the ear are meant to be shadowed, so you can come in here and give them a beautiful glaze of that purple. And then we can come in and change it up a little bit. With some line shadows, pin shadows. See how that worked? Right, so going in at the ear and coming out in the other areas. Hello, Agu. Oh, thank you very much, Josiah. You do want to separate, if you see pink going into the recess, you do want to separate that. And so you'll need to take a little bit of your purple and place it in there to cover those. You might need to do a little bit of that shadowing that we were doing. Okay. Gonna come back over here to the other side. Catch these. This is an end point. See how that goes in? And then right there. By glazing over that pink a little bit in some of these areas, you're going to create additional colors. And those additional colors ultimately add to the whole volume. There's an in. This is kind of behind. Right here around the ear. And remember not to make them all the same length either. Try to make things vary a little bit. That way you get that shifting, that motion. If you start lining things all up, a lot of times you'll lose your motion. So if you're aiming, I'm always aiming for motion. Always. In right here. Okay, we're gonna come in for some of that pink. That's the clear magenta, I'm sorry. And we are glazing right over that purple around the face, okay? Now we're going to take the magenta and do what we did with the purple. So we're bringing that magenta up in its color with some white, and we're going to come in here. This one's a little bit dangerous. You might end up with some in the recesses, and if you do, yes, we do need some YouTube subs, you guys. We are working on a YouTube sub goal. If you would honor us with your YouTube sub, it is free. Costs you nothing. So I'm taking, that's a little white, a little clear magenta. If you guys are over there, right over here. This is one of my, I do treat this brush really rough. This is one of my gnarlier brushes, just to let you know. I use the side of the brush to get around the face so that I don't have to try to make that line. There's going to be areas that you go over that have a really deep, dark shadow, and that's okay. That contrast between the pink and the shadow will ultimately make it turn out better. I'm going to come in here and get some of this pink. Kind of using the side of the brush and rubbing it, the edge of the brush, onto those little rises in the hair so that I don't have to struggle. One of the things about that though is that it's not going to be as smooth, and so you'll have to come back in once you pick it out and very gently follow the line. Soft touch. Soft touch will keep it from falling into the recess. Pick out these little areas that are kind of over here, even though it's in the shadow. We're going to do this to create more volume. Little bit in the shadow. We're not going to get too cray-cray about it. But, you know, hair, like metal, does reflect light. So with that in mind, we'll do a little bit of that. Oh no, Paul, what did you make for dinner? Did you make us dinner too? Or is it a fend for yourself night? As we come around towards the light, some of these sweeping back tips that are coming into the light. I like to hit them. With a respectable amount of highlight so I can really get a little pop. Any place I can get. This is now, mind you, this is back. This is the back. You're not even really focusing on this part of the mini. But it kind of depends on whether or not you're the captain. I tone it down a little bit just to catch some of the hairs that are underneath. See how that works? Now, and like I said, I will come in there and I will clean the lines back up. Whoop, don't touch that. It's not varnished. So, more than one coat will build it. See that area right there? It's all nice and pink, but it's not clean. Wait till I get in there and clean it up. Little striations. Hair is little lines in areas where it's round, like around the braid here. I make little lines. So like on the area there that's purple, it's kind of like the edge of a cylinder. In fact, I think that hair has a little bit in common really with metal. Ooh, smoked sausage, grilled onions. Ooh. I do not agu. Be patient with your body, Agu. Be patient with your body. I totally understand you, though. Do you see it starting to build now? So these layers make all the difference in the world. And this is, of course, for this, you know, this is not all hair. I mean, this would work on a lot of hair, but I like to make a super bright, bold statement with chibi hair, you know, to really get that chunky hair look, the bold animated colors. I mean, I should talk. I'm the one that had my hair dyed orange last summer, and it's happening again. Getting ready to do it again, you guys. Gonna do pink for Easter. Thought about going purple before I did that, though. I'm going to come in and clean up the recesses in this one. After the fact, that's a little bit of wet blending there. Just to get that really nice high lift on that. lifting a little bit more. Trying to touch softly. If you touch softly enough and you get it just right, check it out. You can just pick out those little strands. You see how that worked? Oh, I can't wait to get the smoker back up and running. No, I think it's so this one I'm not happy with the fact that it's on this side because see if I can alter it. Let's see. So much like I did with the purple, I'll come in with the pink, and there's areas where the hair falls low of these strands that I highlighted with the pink. And I'll use the darker pink for the low points. If a highlight looks like it has other paint underneath of it and it's not clean, then I'll come back in and I'll add another layer of that highlight color. But like right here, where you can kind of see like it's a little bit blobby, right? I'll come in with the pink. And cover that area, bring it down. Same thing right here. Clean it up a little. Find all those places where you don't, where you're seeing that it's not blending, and you pick those places out. And your low spot on the pinks. You can also get your ombre working on, you can put some of this in the purple and get a little ombre happening. And that's a low spot on the pink there. We're over in the shadows, but that doesn't mean that the color pink wouldn't be, you know, mixed in here. Because her hair is pink. You can see the ombre starting to build if you look closely. So the hair that was pink, that I'm gonna take a little bit of that punk rock pink it's a more opaque, so I can get a different effect from it. The really cool part is what color it turns when you put the clear magenta over it. That's what I get excited about. All right. Happening. A little bit of side brush action there. A little bit of that punk rock pink. So we can get in, notice the, there we go. Got a little area right. Oop. Gonna have to find something to hold chibis on. Specifically, huh? All right. Yep, that's working. With its opacity being a little bit higher, if you find any of those areas that aren't working for you, that the pink is not glazing onto the purple the way that you want it to, you can totally take a color like this punk rock pink and it will really help lift things out. Okay, now we're going back in for the white that is mixed with the clear magenta. All right, now we're gonna come through here. We're gonna check our highlights. Make sure we've kind of got the red covered. Make sure we've got enough of the magenta itself in the low points that you're happy with the amount of magenta in the hair. I see a couple of places that aren't working for me, like that one. Okay. I think maybe this area right here needs to be glazed. I'm gonna glaze the punk rock pink around the face with the clear magenta. Yes. Those two are going to be married for sure. Okay, I'm going to come back in with the highlights on that. Now, mind you, the highlights are not done yet, so we're just working some of them in. Sorry about the out of focus there for a second, guys. All right. The ombre is going along very smoothly. Get a little bit of that clear magenta and just hit a couple of these low spots. All right, now, Super Rabbit, what? Hey, sorry. What? What? Okay, now we take that clear magenta and we're gonna lift it really high. So it's like a super pinky white now. Okay, see it over there? Oh no, you don't. Hold on, there it is, right there. That guy. Okay, we're gonna work with it a little bit dry. Okay, so make sure that there's not a lot of moisture on your brush, that you've dried it off on the paper towel. You're gonna work with it a little bit dry, and you don't want too much on your brush either. You want to drag softly. In some areas, you're going to be using the edge of your brush. In other areas, you'll be using the front of it. What's most important is that you don't have a lot of water and that you touch. Again, there's a lot of this really light touching. Because you don't want big streaks, okay? The side of the brush really will help you keep control. And we're going to find those high points. It's just the tiniest bit of feathering, really. Anywhere you can use the side of your brush, that's super helpful. It's kind of like a classy edge highlighting. The edge of the brush won't work so well in areas that are wider. Gonna thin that a little bit, a little less on the brush. Now we're doing a little bit of glazing. We have changed the consistency. Should not touch her face. Want to be careful about full strength on the side that's the shadow side here. when using the tip of the brush.
Welcome aboard the Black
Do mean
Pearl.
just the tip. Thank you so much for that follow. I do appreciate it. Do for you. Are you talking to me, Geek? The Doofoyer. What a cool name you have. Thank you so much for that follow. Alright, you guys ready for this? Wait till you see what I'm going to do next. Alright. So, now you can see we've got some movement in the hair. Right? Nice gradient going on. This is my favorite part. Here in a second. Welcome aboard the SS Mad Love, Doofoyer. What are you up to today? You can see what we're up to. Couple years. Superb rabbit. Couple years. Hi, Danny. How you doing? You were planting violets. And then you got sidetracked with your boyfriend. Hi, 814 Punk. Okay, well, you're just here in time for some excitement. So now we've done that, right? Now we go back to that lining. Okay, so we are going to take that clear purple and we're going to put a little bit more out on the palette. And I have transparent black somewhere. Oh, that's your Super Rabbit. Your hands smell like cow poop. Organizing the workspace. Ooh, yay. I love organization. How are you doing there, Danny? Doing good? It's nice to see you in here, mate. Okay, so we are going to take a little bit of that nightshade color. And we're going to turn this clear purple into Jack Skellington's favorite color. Yeah, vinegar does help. It really does. All right. Then we're going to thin it. Okay, as we use it. Not too thin, but you definitely don't want full thickness because it makes the whole project a little bit harder. And we're going to come in here and we're going to hit our shadows that did not stay in the shadows. With this, we will also be cleaning up some of the areas. You will notice like pink might have got a little somewhere it's not supposed to be. Some of the areas that you painted, you may have got some highlight in it. And you don't want that there. And this is how we go back and we fix it. This is the shadow of the pink hair. Now we do need to come in here probably and fix this braid. I'm going to have to do something a little separate for that. But once I can see everything, this is really going to help with the visual. Now, I need to fix this lock of hair. So some of these areas, you will actually have to get a brush with a fine tip and a short throw. And then we're going to have to come back in here and fix this. This little area right here is just not shaped quite right. I will get it. We are all kinds of help. Look at us. Even helping get the smell of poop off people's hands. Painting advice. Poop smell advice. Brush would be so proud of us. Okay. So, depending on which direction your best stroke is, you want to try to keep most of your lines going in that direction if you can, whether it's right, left, up or down. I think mine is probably up and down. Towards my body, definitely. I'm doing this in the darker portions of the hair. The shadow segments. We will have to lighten it up with a little bit of the magenta. For some of the other segments. Yep, that it doesn't look right if we put it in the highlighted portions. I will admit there is a learning curve to the liners. Now, if you leave these in all the shadows and then you come back in some areas with a lighter color, you're going to see something very interesting happen. Okay, I am going to take the purple by itself and mix a little bit of magenta in it. The clear magenta. More magenta. There we go. Oof. That is that darn app that I can't get rid of. I even uninstalled it and everything. It's still emailing me shit. Okay, this is the magenta and purple that we're on now. I'm going over purple. I'm going over the nightshade and the purple that we mixed together in some areas. Do you see what we're doing? So behind it is purple. This color, I'm going to say probably 2/3 magenta, 1/3 purple. It lightens up some of the shadows and gives that difference in the hair that we're looking for. You know, to keep the movement going. And you can use it in the shadows, kind of as a highlight, as if such a thing exists. You see what's going on there? There we go. Now suddenly, it all starts to make sense. Now you just go in and you fine tune the areas that have the highlights. I love magenta. Magenta is a really, really good color. Now we will thin. Now you thin. We do have to fix the braid right there. And this little corner. So we will take a very fine brush. Generally, you know, size is really, as long as the brush that you're using has a really, really good tip on it, you can use the size that you're comfortable with. I feel sometimes like using the largest brush you can for a given project is really helpful. Now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to fix this because this area right here is just not working for me. Yeah, we've got to get the curves of this piece of hair here, or I'm not going to be happy. And it's got to have a little bit of a white tip on it, just like we're catching the tiniest bit of light right there coming around her face. I can tell that that's going to be super heavy, so I'm going to take a little bit of it off. All right, now this is where we really get the dynamic that helps make it super pop, okay? Yeah, I know, right? It's just an amazing color. It really is. I even used it as the main highlight, like mixing with the white, because it looks so different from the other pinks that I have. Viking Nephilim. Later today, I will be interviewing a man who has to go through 50 steps to orgasm. All that to come. Also, did you hear about the tantric sex movie It's not coming soon. Oh my god. Oh, don't touch the head. Don't touch the head. What are you up to, you loon? Let me make sure that you, because I'm going to pick her up now. So we're going to, there we go. Okay. Pulling towards that highest light.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down. All around this empty town, we're searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me.
Viking Nephilim started telling bad dad jokes on his YouTube channel. If you want to hear some bad dad jokes, you guys, join him. He's easy on the eyes, too. I'm just saying. I wonder what's up with Dark Virtue. Anybody seen him? Alright, so in using the side of the brush, you can see how we can get those really nice, fine little highlights. Also in areas where, you know, you've got two strands of hair really tight together, like this one here, it'll get them both for you. Jokes about bad dads. Yes, exactly. Exactly. He tells jokes about bad dads. Actually, I would not put it past him. He is a sass, I tell you what. Then you just want to go through, fine tune. It's totally up to you how crazy you want to get with it, you know? But you can add more ombre. Alexa, be quiet. Right, let me get her ears really quick so we don't forget about them. Just gonna go with the base color on those. I'm using that medium color on her ears here. They definitely need a second coat. All right. Now we're going to want to take a wee bit of purple. Just, you know, this purple and magenta together will probably work. Let's see. You're going to want a little bit more magenta. There we go. I just like to get a few of the little pieces of hair that are at her back and dial them in. It's more like a highlight within a shadow. A little bit. All right. What do you think? Let us... There we go. Now you can soften. I want to let you know so that light really picks up white. Let me show you a cool little trick. You take that magenta and you thin it and create a filter, okay? You'll have all kinds of ways when we are done here today to make your chibi stand out in the most dynamic fashion. So here we have taken the clear magenta and we are coming in and hitting those low spots again, but we are also going over the areas that are magenta and even going over some of the areas that are purple. And wait until you see what that does. So that adds a whole nother level. Look at that. You see how it created that perfect ombre look? Because you get that graduated. it? Thank you, Agu. I think the face is still not flat enough as far as like the varnish. I'm gonna hit it again to make sure that I got it all with matte varnish. I want the face matte. Now the hair, on the other hand, it can be shiny. I do need to get a brush that I can push with. Ooh, I just stuck my good. Oh, good night, Super Rabbit. Ooh, buy some paint right on. What's the name of your craft store? Are you going to a Dick Blick? Are you getting, is Super Rabbit getting paints for Minnie? Are they going to be joining us to paint? Benian Crafts and Frame. Wow. I hope that you're getting supplies for Minnie's. Okay. I think we're going to end up keeping a satin face. Now we can seal her hair. Oh, yay! And if for some reason you feel like you need to come back in and touch anything up or add another highlight or you missed a shadow, it's not to stress. The paints don't really like to stick to high gloss very well, but it's not as though you can absolutely not paint over them. We just recommend that if you're getting an area ready for paint, that it be matte rather than gloss. But we're going to make her have really beautiful glossy hair. Thank you. Don't die, bro. Oh, I forgot. I put it in the shadows. I got excited. Oh, okay, Super Rabbit. Oh, right. No, I know the feeling. It happens sometimes. Some days are better than others, mate. I'm taking a little bit of the matte and just hitting a few places that are shadows to kind of give texture. Okay. Take it all. Okay. All right. Now that has to set up. Does she have fiber on her face? All right. Oh, eyes, and we've got an hour to go. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. Okay. Let me see. Oh, that's so lovely when I have my bangs. That's like, that is so sexy. Let me grab an internet. There we go. And I had saved a file that had my lay looking up. Excellent, thank you. Oh, I lost my photograph of them. Hold on. I sketched them. I look forward to seeing your painting, Super Brabbit. That is good. Okie doke. Let me see if I can find the file. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm like, why can't I see? Oh no. I have to do my math. On the iris. And I have phased out the math. I want to say there's just pupil, no iris because it's a chibi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Okay. Okay. Hydrate. Ready for this? Ready for this? All right. This is the I didn't keep a tip for it, did it? Maybe I'm supposed to be conditioning it with something. Let's keep that. Right. It's eyeball time, people. And this is Reaper LED blue. That's true, Agu. I was thinking about making her cross-eyed because she was angry. You know, when people get so angry that they cross their eyes. But then I decided, no, I'm not doing that. So LED blue is our light color. And then we're using the clear blue for the base color. But first, I am going to take some thin white, and I'm going to show you guys a little trick I do. Every now and then, if I want to double check that I actually want to make the eye like that, I will take white and I will thin it. And I will sketch the eye on with the white. Might need to be a little bit denser than that. Now, generally this idea works for me because I don't make my eyes white, but you guys might barely be able to see this. I am just making sure that this is the position that I want them in. Because what I can do is just paint right over it with the colors that I used. Keeping in mind that chibi eyes generally are over 50% the iris of the white of the eye. So interestingly, I want to make them, I think, looking even farther back. So I am able to come in here, white out my eye with the base color. if you remember correctly, we thinned some. You need to water down a green ink. Oh, I mean, yeah, right? Okay, well, that's an option too. I've been using the white to make the iris, but when I go to make the pupil, then that's a different story. Hello, Ishin. Long time no see. To paint some cubes so they stay see-through.
Try to make Gillette.
Wait. Are you talking about eyes? Oh, that's a really good color right there. Is that the dog dying over there? How are you, Ishin? How are things? I thought they were talking about chibi eyes. Oh, you are making gelatinous. Okay, okay. That's what Geek said. Okay, we're changing up shape a little bit on the irises. I think I like that. Hopefully she doesn't come out looking cross-eyed, but this is one of the risks that you take too when you're doing something new. So I don't generally make them looking up. I wish you all the best with that, Ishin. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. So our blue is over here. This guy's standing in the way, excuse you. And we're using the clear blue. Generally, I start them smaller. It also sometimes helps if you have them upside down, but I'll start smaller. And build out from there. I'm going to make the iris a little oblong shaped because she kind of has oblong eyes. So it'll go like that. Will you keep us posted, Ishin? Is it a major surgery? This one's always going to be a little bit harder. Okay, I have to fix that one. So that's too much iris, and that's what you keep the base color around for. It's a little bit, now when you go back into repair, when you've done a mistake, don't try to get real swanky with the repair. Just block out an area and realize you're going to come back in and you're going to fix it. Which is what, this is also one of the reasons why I was talking about maybe not wanting to red your eyes till you were done. I mean,
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
so this is backing your way out of it. Thank you, You're Less. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, so you make a mistake, and this is the, you know, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. But instead of trying to get crazy and reshape with the white, instead, and this is that off-white, right? Instead, just come back and pick up I, a lot of times, will just go over the whole eye. This is another option. And the reason is, if I do, my blue is the same number of layers when I bring in the next one. Now, we're going to have to colorize that eye because we colorized the other one. Most people on YouTube are using GW contrast. I know. Well, it works really good. Oh, Samini, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. It was a rather quiet day. I appreciate your company always. So you use contrast paints and put ink in them. Say it again. Contrast paints actually have a really good place, you guys. I use contrast paints for glazing. They work great. They also are so, I mean, they have so many good uses. Okay, so we're going to go back in here and colorize her eye again because as you can see, that's not going to work. I made the pupil too big. So realize that you have a lot of space here to work with, so don't stress yourself if you mess up. I'm changing the position that I normally will put the eyes in, and by doing that, I'm not doing what I normally do, and so it's going to take a little bit of trial and error. Okay, so in making the iris looking to the side and up, I have gone all the way into the recess of her eye here. That seems to look the best. You might feel differently about that. Now, if you don't want yours looking up and to the side, you can totally do yours like we did in the Reaper class. Okay, I'm going to colorize that eye a little red like this one. I want you to see that eye. So you know what I'm doing with that red. It's a very fine glaze. And you know, it did you want some, AJ, or were you just oh, did you want contrast paints, or were you talking about something else? We're talking about to make gelatinous cubes? I was confused. So one of the downsides of these little eyes is when I don't get the black eyeliner, oof. Sometimes there'll be like a little place that'll miss it. I got it. Yeah, I'll go. I might have said AJ. I might have. You guys' name is both gray in there, and you know the captain. Thank you very much, Josiah. Are those guys still watching? Okay. Now, I have made these eyeballs a little, these are, again, a little different style. This is combining Chibi Dynamics and then a human colorization, not human shape. All right, so I'm going to come in here with the white again, and this time instead of getting excited with the blue, I'm going to come in with the white and try to shape it. I didn't exactly do very well last time. I'm going to use that little bit of off-white that we're using. Wow, you guys, the attention span of those guys. Okay, so I'm going to shape it with a little bit of the off-white eyeball color just to make sure I get it correct, because I goofed it up last time, and goof ups are going to happen. I'd rather they didn't, but you know. Trying to get the same math. If I can get the same math, the same amount of the eye covered. The problem with the idea is that, okay, the eyes are shaped differently on each side. So you cannot necessarily shape the iris exactly the same on both sides, because of the shape of the eye is almond and kind of pointy on one side, but it's more round and scooped out on the other. So it becomes a bit of a challenge. Happy little trees. I don't know about happy little trees in her eyes, Paul John. I don't think I got that. Although Geek was taking some pictures last night and had a happy accident and got a really good picture of one of his, yes, Midnight Terror. And welcome back. I wondered what happened to you. I was beginning to get worried. Also, you'd be surprised. Sometimes the tiniest little bit of extra paint somewhere will make all the difference. So adding it a very small amount at a time in the littlest increments will help keep you from making any grandiose mistakes. Okay. Checking her for alignment. By looking at them upside down, sometimes you can see your alignment and perfect it. I also like to make sure that that iris color is all the way up to the edge of the eye. We are looking up, so I want to make sure that we get that going on. Okay, the alignment is really pretty good. Okay. Also, you can put her in the position of where she's looking and then look down at her and have her look up at you and see if you can get her looking at you. And usually if you can get her looking at you, then you've got your eyes on alignment. Oh, I'm so sorry, Midnight Terror. I hope you get feeling better. Nobody likes to feel yucky. Okay, one thing I do have is a little bit more, and I gotta fix it. I'm gonna put a glaze.
I never was one for forgiveness. I always try to pull my weight. They say the other side is greener. I'm pretty sure I won't be late. I play my cards as I'm supposed to. Yet all I do is bluff and cheat. Better save my thoughts for later.
Just came back for a little bit of black eyeliner, making sure that we have white around the blue in both eyes. Okay. All right. Second step, irises. Now, watering down really thin, a very small amount of black. Oh, you have COVID? You don't have COVID, do you? Big irises. Again. I mean pupils. I mostly am going to use black almost as a gray wash to get them sized in there. When you are looking up, you want a good portion of the iris, the pupil covered. Now, oh, excuse me, guys. Oh, itchy. Sorry. In the case of some eyeballs, if you were looking straight, you might not have to have any of the iris covered. I cover a little portion of it, I think it looks good in Chibi eyes. I really do. Now, even though I've got the iris a little bit oblong, that doesn't necessarily mean that I make the pupil a little oblong. So trying to not to copy what I've done there. And then trying to keep the same distance all the way around the pupil. It's hard to see, but it will become easier here in a minute. I may have made a mistake on this one. Yep. Good news. Oh no. I am sorry. Maybe you just got a regular old flu. Flus can be nasty, mate. It's a very fine-tuning dance when you are evening up the eyes, going back and forth between the eyes to get exactly what you need. You have to adjust the right balance, and that's when they start looking straight. Now, when I'm doing the regular Chibi eyes, it's really not so much of a problem. But when you're doing something where you start adding a different dynamic, you have to realize it takes away from what you're used to doing. So be patient with yourself. Be patient with yourself. This will be maybe the second one I've ever done that is looking in a different... I like to get them looking head on. If you have to repair or do little tiny corrections, you just want to remember to do them in little pieces and to make sure you get the right number of layers on each one. The one that is truly a challenge, I think, is getting the pupils mated. To me, that's always a challenge. And honestly, if you're not used to doing this, I highly recommend doing the lightening of your eye before you do your pupil. it'll make your life easier. Well, maybe not, because, you know, you do have to stay within the line. And so I guess if you didn't have your pupil there, it could become, you know, a more of a challenge. Okay, now we're going for the light blue, and we're going to mix it. A little bit of that LED blue we're going to mix into the clear blue. Okay. Light's coming from this direction here. See where that crest on her hair is? Same direction, both eyes. So you want to put the light blue on the opposite side of the light. The light travels through the eyeball and lightens the iris on the opposite side as the light. Having a little bit, when you're doing these eyes, something that might make something make it a little easier for you guys is if you put a little bit of retarder on your palette and dip your brush in it. Well, hello, Miss Half Damage. Hi, Pat. Why does she have a mustache? Or is that just, it's just the lighting. It's just the lighting. It's an expression on her face. I think I need to find my ultra matte varnish and varnish her face with the ultra matte. I don't like how this, I don't even know. I'm using a matte, but it's just not matte enough. It's the mustache lady.
Which one, bro?
Yeah, she can be who she wants. Now I have to look back at that. Pat threw me off my game there. Okay.
That's nice.
Do you feel fulfilled, Pat? Maybe she's a lady with a mustache. How you doing, Miss Half Damage? Gotta come in here. I don't know. I gotta hit this one spot, and I totally don't want to. Where I think, judging by what I'm looking at now that I'm holding her all upside down and everything, I may potentially have got a little bit of skin on her eyeball, which means I have to come in here and remove it and then go back in. And correct it. I'm going to try glazing and see if I can get lucky. And I did. Look at me go. So this is a little tiny bit of the eye color glaze to calm down the line so that it doesn't just go like white to red. Good night, Pat. I'm sorry if I missed you coming in. Unless the mustache part was the, yeah, it's definitely the lighting. But also I really feel I seriously need to... Yeah, that eye's not going to work. See it? It's all wrong. That one's right. That one's wrong. So, it is a day for making lots of chibi eyes, I'm guessing. There's options. I will have lots of fun. Thank you for popping in, Pat. Ooh, you're working on your son's Blood Bowl team? That sounds like fun. I bet he's excited. That Islander's hard to get in there. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to do this by way of glazing as part of an eye. Now, I haven't done this in a minute. I think the last time I did this was on the Wizard. Sometimes there's going to be, you know, more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times. Yeah, I don't like the amount of water my paint is pulling through the palette. There's gonna be mess ups. What you do need to know is that you can fix them, so let's fix it. Let's fix it. I still think that's fun that you're painting it for him. All right, so we're coming back for the blue. Yep, this is going to be a challenge. About the same distance. Now we're gonna have to come back in here and fix these also with the red eye that she has. Like I said, generally I'll just paint it over and do both, but we're doing this. You know, this actually is harder because you're matching. It's super good practice. Yep. Okay, now the object is going to be, so this one is a circle. So we need to determine the center of the circle. Okay. It's, you know, it reminds me of putting your eyeliner on. The good news on the eyeliner is that you're putting it on the same face all the time. But trust me when I tell you that that does not necessarily mean that it's always easy to put on. And just removing in the smallest amounts of paint at a time. Eventually, we're going to get there. I just whipped that other eye out when we were on Reaper yesterday. Every once in a while, this will happen. And one thing we can do too is we can work with the eye shape a little on this. On this side, we can. That whoop, we really don't want that there. Glad for the varnish. Oh, I actually think this might be the problem. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hey, Dio. We got our little cartoon hair done. We're struggling with mating the eye. I am struggling with mating the eyes, but mating the eyes is always a thing. And I couldn't get her to sit on any of my mini holders. Okay, that's a little bit better. Now we got to get that eye colored correctly. It's not going to look right until the red portion is colored right. Whoa! Studio J. Oh my God, guys! Love on Studio J. It's our family. It's our family from the UK.
Stop blowing holes in my ship!
Stop blowing holes in my ship. What is going on? Thank you so much for the raid, my family. How are you? Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in here and you are not following Studio J, which you probably all are, it's not like we've got a big group of people in here or anything. Well, we do now. Hello, I am Captain Madlove. We are painting some, we're doing some chibi hair and Chibi Dynamics today. We are working on the eyes at this time and getting them balanced. Thank you, thank you for the greeting, Hammer. Who else have we got out there? It is so nice to see so many faces in here. For those of you that came in, if you will kindly press the icon in the upper left-hand corner, it will refresh you. You will not have to watch a commercial, and you will be in here as an original viewer. I am, whoop, sorry. I am well. How are you guys? How are you doing? Good night, Spruce. We're almost done with these eyes. Jigglypuff, thank you so much for the follow. We're doing pretty good, Studio J. Let me see. Today is Sunday. I don't remember what you work on Sunday. What do you work on Sunday? Good night, Spruce. Thank you so much for joining us. That is a beautiful emote, Diomedes. Oh, I like that one. Oh, it doesn't tell me what it is here. We're in different. We're just working on Scenery Sunday. Oh, okay. Studio J is actually a potato. Tell me the story, Diomedes. Tell me the story. Let me take this off for just a second. Welcome in, all you raiders. So let's see. We recently finished this one, you guys. We've been kind of on a chibi kick lately. You know, with the ReaperCon coming up and everything, we painted a few things for that event. Mrs. Studio J says he is her potato. Aww. So this is one of the Rockies that we recently finished. And then we were working on this gal here. That's the partner. They're both going to be on the stand together. So we did Chibi Dynamics and Chibi Eyes in a class for Reaper. Thank you very much, Dio. I'm glad you like it. This one looks like a pirate. This is actually the pirate Sophie. That's funny you should say that. She is a pirate. That's the pirate Sophie. But I really... but I made her into a fairy. She was had succubus wings, and I wanted to do a little kit bash and make her into a fairy. But then I wasn't sure that I liked it because I kind of think it looks like a turkey tail. But I think once it's painted like fairy wings, it'll look a lot better. It is a fairy pirate. It is a fairy pirate or a turkey pirate, one or the other. But we did these eyes on the in a Reaper class, and if you guys are interested, actually, Geek is editing it right now, and the tutorial for these guys to make these eyes, and then the first part of this hair is going to go up on YouTube here. Should probably go up tonight if all goes well. Now there's something nobody else ever thought of, Dio. A fairy turkey pirate. So what did you create today, Jay? Lurker reporting. Plankwalker, hey, how you doing? Oh, you like the dress? Thank you very much, Skiles. He's my most recent work. It was, ooh, an Elder Webway gate. Have you taken pictures yet? You know me, I don't know what that is, but it sounds very cool. I'm really glad you like it. Here's another one that we finished, which was a chibi that I kind of altered a little bit. The owner of Midnight Heroes was like, is that a zombie? And I said, yeah, but I took his chibi and I made it into a zombie. So all I really did was work on the face, much like this one. Her face is not shaped like that. I shaped her face like that with paint. So she does have grumpy eyes, but I didn't feel like her face was grumpy enough. So I sculpted with the paint. And that's what we did here with this one. Her hair, of course, as you can see, never did get done. But she's got a little pet here. That's Bruce. They are half zombie. And then this one here, so I paint other things. It's just that we've been on a chibi kick. This is Demon Chibi Eyes. But we do Warhammer. Oh, here's my squigs from the recent squig thing. So actually I'm getting a hi Jarrett. I am, thank you. And we're almost done with the, oh, I forgot to take this guy's picture. Oh, well, he can't enter. I'm almost done with the macaw squig, but he turned up a little bit missing. He probably fell off the back of the drawers. Hi, Twisted Doma. Twisted Oma. Yes, it is. I enhanced it. She does have a little scowl on her face, but I, sculpted with paint to create this very angry look. So we were just finishing up her eyes. It's really nice to see you guys in here. Did you say that you had pictures or no pictures yet, Jay? I can always look later if you like, my friend. I know you're always tired when you're done streaming and you just want to drop the kids and run. Oh, I'm gonna need my hood. So it's really nice to have you guys in here. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. If you guys want to share your work in the chat with other viewers, you may do so. And did we get a shout out for Studio J? I sure hope so, Geek. Oh, thank you, Blade Mark. If you guys are not following Studio J, you want to go follow Studio J. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm pretty sure that everybody that was in here is following him. Twisted Oma. Well, I'm really glad that you made it. Thank you so much for popping in, and thank you for the lurk. The lurk does definitely help with our viewership, so we also love our lurkers. All right, so now we got to try to balance this eye like the other eye. That's why a brush with a really nice fine tip that holds is really good news. All right, now the white of the eye was, if you remember, ever so little, like the littlest bit of red that we made a wash out of. Wait, there's a little black left in that. Oh, gotta make supper. Okay. Thank you so much, Twisted Oma, for being in here. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, you have a pick? Okay. No, I get it. I totally get it. Thank you very, very much, Jay. Thank you. Can you grab that from Jay's Insta Geek by chance?
Sure.
Or are you doing something else? Grab the picture.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for the follow. Kaliska, thank you. He was painting yes. If you could find that on his Insta and then just post it in the chat so everyone can take a look at it. I'd be interested in seeing it. There you guys go. That's what Jay was working on. Jay does, on Sundays, he does scenery, basing. It's a really cool place to hang out. He has so much information, too, about the hobby, you guys. Yeah, he has so much information about the hobby, you guys. It's like really so willing to answer questions. It's a great place to be. Also, Green Eyes Creation is his SO, and she also streams, and that's a great place to be too. I got rated for the first time ever by her recently. I'm sure she told Jay all about it. Okay, so we got to build up that red in the eye. I'm going to zap it with the blow dryer. Okay, now let's see if we win. Because they're not the same color yet. So I don't know if we win. I wrestled with one of these recently, and the eye openings were two different sizes. And I kept trying and trying and trying to get it right, and it turned out that it was the design, the print. Good night, Jay. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody that came in with Jay. It's so nice to have new people on board. All right, back to that pupil part. And if we put the pupil in this time and the eyes don't balance out, I may be looking at one eye actually physically being larger than the other. Okay. Now I want to go for the light blue that we mixed. And it's a little bit of LED blue. A little bit of that Reaper LED blue and white. I take some of the blue because it's the clear blue, and I come back onto the LED blue with the white mixture, the highlight. Then I'm going to come back in with the highlight again. I really thin it out with the head of the brush when I come around to the one side, so it's the direction the light is going, it's going to be a little bit thicker, and then it'll have like a tail as it comes around. Oh, that could have been dangerous. I got the tiniest little spot of blue on the pupil. You know what I didn't do on these eyes that I normally do? Is the dark circle around the outside. So, okay. Back in that LED blue. This is the light coming through, so we're going to get that right at the bottom of the eye there. And then we're going to come in and make sure that we don't have any blue flecks of any kind on the iris. You want that iris to be nice and round and no blue on it. We got the eyeliner around the eyes. Okay, so by the time that you get to this point, thank you very much, AJ. I had a wrestling match there for a minute. Okay, so here we are at the base step now. Okay, so you can see the I gotta fine tune that. Hold on. I can see just a slight thing I gotta fix. It's actually really that I'm super picky about that, but there's too much of a transition. There we go. To the blue on the one eye. Hang on just a second. I'll fix it. There we go. See if I want to make sure I got the same amount of light going through the eyes. Okay. There's still, when I look at them in the camera, I can actually see things that otherwise I couldn't see, which is really helpful for me. So like when I'm sitting at my desk by myself, I actually put my work in the camera and look at it all the time. Okay, I'm gonna do a glaze for a highlight on the bottom of the eye with just the plain LED blue. We're gonna glaze in a highlight. Okay. Yeah, right? Okay. Here we are. Okay. Now we're at the point. Light is over here where the crest, hold on. Light is here where that white spot on our bangs is. Okay, so it's coming in this way. So now Chibi's put the biggest highlight on the side the light is coming from. Interesting, a lot of times when you're looking at the human eye, it's kind of the opposite. But someone wanted me to put a window on the last one. And I don't know if after all of that, we're going to do windows today. But I do, because I actually do have to get up early in the morning. So we have to wrap it up here in the next 15 minutes. So I'm going to put the standard highlights on it that I normally do. That way I don't have to worry about those windows, because I have a feeling that, where's my little, hold on, here it is, that it might be a thing today. All right. So, choosing a brush, you don't want a brush that has like this two hairs poking out. You do want a brush that has a fine tip, but you don't want it to be the kind that has like the 2 or 3 brushes at the very end, because that's actually going to make life a little bit more difficult for you. I think that one actually right there probably would make really good highlights. Let's give it a try. All right. When we put the highlights in the eyes, we definitely put pure white. It's a pure white highlight. You'll notice that I got a little red in those eyes to give her that little bit more kind of human style eye. I also took a small amount of a skin tone, so like a very super light brown wash. It's Army Painter Soft Tone. Looks like a skin tone, and I put that in the corner of the eyes. Okay. All right, so we're going for bright white, and we are going to do one larger one, top right. Make sure to match your light source. You want your light source coming from the same side. Hang on. We have an indiscretion. I see it now. So that highlight is going to have to go higher. She does actually have two down. Now that I'm down to the highlights, she does actually have 2 eyes shaped a little bit differently. Okay, so what I did, what you just saw me do to remove that highlight off the black of the eye, was to immediately get it wet. Okay. I put a drop of water on it. I remove it. I scrub it a little bit with a brush. A little bit back and forth. And then I use a toothpick to very carefully remove it. And then I come back in and black back in the eye. What that does is smooth it. I want to make sure that the area is, you know, that I am painting on is smooth. And if I just paint right over that highlight that I just put in, then the eye won't be smooth. Okay. So her eye, the highlight in this other eye is going to have to go higher, and I might have to move it over a little bit. I'm just balancing the red in the eyes a little bit. There we go. This is Sophie from Midnight Heroes Sphere. It is not for a game. I mean, unless somebody is using it in a dungeon. Oh, I'm sorry. This is our niece. Yes, this is our niece from Reaper. I apologize. This is the Bones 4. I believe she came from the Bones 4 Kickstarter. I'm sorry. I was painting Captain Seti, which is a chibi by Midnight Heroes recently, and I got confused. Too many chibis! Yes, she is a little bit angry. I worked on that. I wanted her. Thank you very much. We worked on that today. That was today's project, was her hair. And her skin. We finished up her skin today. There we go. Okay. So you got to get those. You got to get them lined up. When you do the second one, I usually judge from the bottom of the eye, like how far from the bottom of the eye I get it, and then I try to get it at the same angle, you know. So your light's coming from the same side. Then your other highlight is going to be on the opposite side, and I try to get them the same if I can. The object of this is going to be not getting dry tip. Yes, I would have to say Sphere. Here's the other one that goes with her. These guys are buddies. It definitely is a practice thing. But once you figure it out, her face is not shaped like this. She is pouting, but I did make the, you know, the wrinkles in the forehead and the mouth just so you know, so that if you go to get the mini, you're not disappointed. You do? You do? You need a t-shirt that says you survived it? Okay, so same distance on each side, smaller.
Where's the kaboom?
Oh, well, hello, Dave.
Kaboom.
And then that second one I refer to as the life light. And then what I like to do is get a brush that'll flatten. This is my favorite. I didn't do this yesterday because I was afraid it wouldn't work. What's up, Dave? Did you just come from the repo? Did you just come from Reaper Expo? I flattened around to get that. Oh, you've been out for a bit. Your paint doesn't smell the best. I don't know about that, Super Rabbit. Your Necron. Right, you know, I have a Necron army I need to paint too. All right, now, here's the magic. Here's the magic. Ready? Let's get focused in. Did I miss something in chat? You got the, oh, did you? I know, right, Dave? Isn't it just amazing? Thank you very much, Nebula. Thank you. We're about to create the magic. This is the thing that really makes a difference. High gloss varnish when you are all done. Hang tight.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for this follow, Spur. I appreciate that. So just to let you guys know who may not have been here the whole entire time, this video will go to YouTube. So you guys can just fast forward through the talking and the Q&A and stuff if you're not interested. And get to the meat of it. Also, Geek is currently working on this one here. Not the body, okay, that was a different one, but this one here, he is currently working on the beginning stages of her and basing this hair, which I did this hair and this eye, this simple chibi eye, in a Reaper class. I was teaching it, and he is currently working on editing that video right now, and he's going to launch it to YouTube. And we are looking for YouTube subscribers, which is free, you guys. So if you feel like doing a girl a favor and going and subscribing to her YouTube, we are aiming to get to 1,000 YouTube subscribers and 4,000 hours of viewing. We stream 3 times a week, and if you guys can watch from YouTube, that's huge helpful. I also heard that YouTube doesn't give people fits like Twitch does, that it runs really smooth. Oh, isn't it heavy though? I know. It fell off the end table the other day in the living room, Dave, and scared the bejesus out of Hammy. Okay, one more time. So I'm going to show you guys the difference. Right now I'm doing clear gloss. That's 2. We do 3. 3 coats of clear gloss on eyeball. we are also going to be doing Chibis on Technical Tuesday. So if you guys would like to join us this coming Tuesday, that's what we're going to be doing. And maybe what I will do for you guys is the eyes with the striations. Or maybe we'll get crazy and do a galaxy eye. That would be fun. I have all kinds of chibi eyes up my sleeve. All right, you ready for this? I left one eye plain so that you can see what happens to the eye when we use the gloss. Ready? Like? Okay. Well, thank you for popping in, Svur, and we do stream 3 times a week, so maybe you can join us on another day. Oh, for real, Dave? Well, you know what, Dave? I haven't actually painted Ilther, so I can save the rest of Ilther because you did see the beginning parts, and you can catch up, and then we could paint Ilther together. I'll just make a day that you're home, and we'll do the Ilther thing. And all the VODs for Bingo. Not that you need any lessons or anything, but all the VODs for Bingo are up on YouTube. I'm sorry about that. They must have got eaten in the mail. Is that too loud for you guys when I use the blow dryer? Does that like wash everything out? If I talk, they can't hear it? Oh. Interesting. Oh, that's right, because of the flood. How is that coming along, by the way, Dave? Not the flood, but... Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Paul John.
Team fucker.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we would do, because I've got like 2 or 3 more minis. I mean, more chibis on the desk that are Reaper chibis. I've also got... I also have several by Midnight Heroes. Oh, AJ, thank you so much. We're done. There you go, my dear. Hold on. There's the eyes. Good night, AJ. You like? Good night, AJ. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, you guys. There it is. Eyes. Pat, why does she have a mustache? She look like she has a mustache to you? I don't think so. Hair. Yeah, Pat was being sassy. Why does she have a mustache? A one-sided mustache. All right, you guys. That is a wrap. We got the hair, we got the eyes, and we got the face done today. So we will be continuing on Tuesday. And remember, everybody who's out there that's crew, right? That Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, next week, I'm out of town. So the last stream before I go out of town is going to be Technical Tuesday. All right, you guys. And for everybody who's a Patreon, I have put the special events coming up for Patreon are officially launched in the Patreon. So you know what days they are and you can mark your calendars accordingly. Okay. So that way you can come gather with us. So I feel like we made... Well, thank you, Occult. She is a very mad little human being. She is mad. Life is not going her way. She's about ready to kick some serious ass. So, what I shall do at this point is I shall make a decision on the rating situation. Yeah, somebody pissed in her Twinkie or something, boy. She is a angry little gal. But I am happy with the way the hair turned out. Notice, okay, so I don't have the example of the other one, but okay, here's a good example. So this hair was an attempt when I was first learning how to do the chunky animated hair. Then I got the base down on this one, but I didn't get done creating the flow. But you can see how the hair kind of looks like it's moving and it's chunky. You know that anime chunky hair. Oof. Let's see. Let's try some glasses. Oh, what are you doing? Oh my God, really? Just a little bobblehead. Ooh. I have never rated them. Let's go raid Shark in a Box. No, I never rated Shark in a Box. Oh. Okay, we are going to go raid Shark in a Box, you guys. That's what we're gonna do. Wow, kicking ass. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, hello. Are you good? Yeah, sometimes when I don't see people like in any of the streams anywhere for a while, especially people that are crew and have, we're in here really often, I'm like, and sometimes they just come to mind. They do. I hope you are well. 2020 was rough on an awful lot of people. Okay. Okay. Well, that sounds like life. It seems to be the case with everybody. Yeah, it's and it's starting to get to where people the whole work thing, and people are having to go back to the offices and stuff like that. So it's not like it was when COVID first hit. I get it. I get it. We've made some changes around here. So just a few, all good things. It's all good things. Things are moving in a good direction. So we have some brushes that went off to a manufacturer to see about getting some brushes made, and we got our printer set up, but it's, you know, slow going. Geek works full time, and so a lot of the geeky stuff sometimes has to go on the back burner. But gradually, it's working out. Gradually, it's working out. 2 years coming up. In fact, what is today's date? I believe that it's the 19th, I think, is my stream anniversary of this month. Will be 2 years. So that should be good fun. That should be good fun. Well, thank you so much for popping in, kicking ass. 1 year and 11 months, 2 days and 1 hour. For real, Dave, you found me like 30 days after I went on the internet. Less than 30 days. 28. You know what? I feel you, kicking ass. I feel you. I miss the sass in the chat. I do. Have you had any time for any artsy stuff? I'm guessing if you're busy, probably not, huh? That's cool. I am getting much faster. I will paint for you. It's good. I'll just keep painting, and you'll know that painting is going on out there. It's cool. It's cool. Okay, excellent, excellent. I look forward to it, my friend. So you guys, we are going to go raid Shark in a Box. Remember to make it awkward, right? You guys can they? Do they have access to my emotes? They don't have access to my emotes. Oh, well, boo. We have to figure out how to get you guys a panty flag. Thank you so much, Dave. Thank you for popping in, even though it was just for a little bit. I hope things are going okay with your basement. I was actually going to reach out to you this last couple of days. I keep thinking about you. I was going to send you a direct message, and I've just been so busy. So, Tuesday, last stream before the captain takes 4 days off over the weekend. Okay? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm going to be gone next week. All right? So Tuesday's our last chance to kind of party, paint a little bit. Between now and Tuesday, you guys, paints, brushes, minis, get your fucking paint on. Let's go raid Shark in a Box. I love you guys.